Hello! Hello, hi. I am here. Give me one more second. Just figure. Okay. Hey. Ugh. Today is part 2 of the whatever you call it. Oh, I need my headphones on. Forgot to put those on. There we go. I'm gonna take my other headphones out because hearing myself disorient me makes me be quiet. Okay. Yes, today is part 2 of the photon transmission simulator. What am I thinking? Yes. Last time we got them moving in a wave and like sending to each other. So now what we need to do is have them lose energy in traveling and in being sent out. Don't really know how much energy to make them lose, but I think the solution is to having it not go negative, which was like I was wondering about before. Because I didn't want it to go negative, because if it goes negative, then once it reaches a certain point, it's going to start gaining again. It's just going to be upside down, which doesn't really matter. But I think dividing it by some amount will make that work. Yeah. Dividing it by some amount instead of subtracting from it over time will make it get closer to 0 without going negative. Last time, I just started, like, doing the coding thing, but I did have the intention of emailing Hank Green to see if he would give an actual answer, which I don't think is how it works, but maybe it is. So I'm gonna do that today before we start. And then I guess we go back into the coding. And we get to do photon transmission, which is gonna be really cool. One issue, well, one issue there will be, obviously, is that the amount of electrons we can have is going to be not representative of the amount of electrons in any reasonable amount of anything, because, you know, there's a lot of it and they're very small. So, the effect we end up seeing will most likely be reduced. But we presumably could see something if we figure out, if we can find a, like, ratio that we could then expand upon into big numbers. We could figure out, like, what it actually looks like, I guess. But I think that's enough spoken. Yes. So, I guess the first thing we do, go to mail. I have to email Hank Green. Ba-na-na-na. Bum-bum-ba-na-na-na. I don't know why I have to keep clicking on that. Let's see. I need to go. This one works. Okay, and if we go to this one, I'm going to change that to be this. Hello. And now you can see this. I'll stretch it a bit. We need to go to... Actually, hold on, give me a second. Because I don't know which one this is going to be in. So, back to Scratch. You guys can see Scratch again while I figure this out. Do. Do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Yes. 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 Okay, yeah, I figured. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 I'm wondering right now if you can get out of here, Stinko. If I do this. Oh. Okay. I need to find Hank Green's email, which I think is just Hank Green, which would be very funny, but... Do 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 do. He has a website? I didn't know HankGreen.com was a thing. This is crazy. Oh, I should probably turn down this music. Well, no, it's actually fine. Hmm. Do 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 do. Let's see, maybe this one? Do 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 do. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I believe this to be it. And so now if I do this, go to drafts. Is that it? Yes, okay. So now I can show you this. Boom. Look at that. Okay. We have Hank Green's email. And so now, I guess I don't even know how would I go about asking. You know what? Sure. Let's just be upfront about it. Why can't I see through walls? Ah, stop it. Okay. Now, how in the world? Let me think. How do we phrase this? What do we do? Do we say hello? Um, that would be very funny. Okay. Okay. Uh, no, stop it. Step your stoppage. Hmm. My name is Silicon. That's it. That can be the entire email. There you go. Just greeting. Uh, I don't need all this information. I don't need to do that either because my name is at the bottom. So... Yes. I'm writing like a pro. This is insane. Uh... Okay. Main thing. The confusion. Here's what is my confusion. My confusion is... Hi! I'm emailing Hank Green so he can tell me why why I can't see through walls, because I thought that would be funny. I was supposed to do it at the beginning of that other stream, but I forgot to, and I just started coding. So I'm doing it now. Also, hold on, I can do this. I'm trying to, hold on. Hank Green is a very prominent science educator on the internet, and also he does a lot of cool stuff for charity, so he's a good person, I think. He and his brother John Green, who is an author and stuff, made Crash Course, which is a thing that is very used in schools. Yeah, for educating students about different topics. It got really big. I don't know what's going on with it now. I assume it's still going. Yeah, they still have other stuff, but Hank and John are doing more stuff. Like, they've got Awesome Socks Club, which is a thing that you can subscribe to get sent interesting socks made by independent designers, and all of the money goes to a charity, which is very cool. And he does a lot of stuff like that. But for today, this is more of a science part rather than charity part. Unless, no. But yeah, that's it. I'm asking him why we can't see through walls. And it's probably like you said before, where it's just the walls are too thick, but who knows? Right. Oh yeah, hold on. You weren't here. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. What am I doing? W, that's how. Okay. Over here. Switch back to this. Look at this. I have cool new toggles, okay? Well, I guess not new toggles, but they are toggles now. I can do this to take on and off my glasses, and I can do this to bring out a new pointer that I have, which is very cool. I guess I don't really need this right now, because I want to save it for, like, when I'm teaching stuff or explaining stuff. And then I also have this, which is a dizzy face. I don't know when I would use it, but I have it because it's cool. And then I also have this one, which is just the dizzy eyes. So, I think that's pretty cool. back to the this thing. Hello, Mr. Green. Yeah. Like, yeah. It would be, dude. Wait, hold on. That's actually nuclear fusion toggle. Kind of. That might be a. That kind of sounds kind of cool. I. What would that? I'd have to figure out what that looks like because I've turned my entire nucleus into one thing. So it's like, you know what I mean? Maybe I get like a just a little guy like that. I don't remember what show it was. I think it was Adventure Time. That little the like no, it was SpongeBob. It was the I don't know what he was, but like a tumor guy with his own like face and identity, and he was on I think Barnacle Boy or something. I get that. He's just an evil little guy. That would be funny. Also, I could just blind you. It's just a flashbang. That would be very funny, actually. I might. No, you'll never know. You'll find out when it happens. Um, yes. Uh, yeah. There we go. Yeah. I think. Is that good? Do I need to turn that into less sentence or more sentences? You know what I mean? Like less of a run-on sentence? I need to capitalize that. Okay, my confusion is about how if light is a spectrum of energy. Absolutely not. I have no clue if he will respond. But if he does, that's cool. If he doesn't, that's fine because yeah, you proofread this for me. Here you go. Let me see what this looks like on OBS to make sure it's good. Yes. Okay. What's it looking like? How we doing? Is it good? Did I do a good job? Here, I'll make it even bigger for you. I don't think you can see that, honestly. I can't. I cannot read that. I can try this instead. That didn't help at all. Go back, go back, go back. This. There we go. And then I can zoom in. No, I cannot. Okay, it's fine. And then set you back. I'll be so real. I have, hold on, just a second, Boom. There you go. I think you can read that. No spelling mistakes? Okay, that's good. My confusion about how, if light is a spectrum, how is there not a frequency of light with just enough energy to travel through a wall via transmission or something and fall somewhere in the visible spectrum of light? Okay. I think this is enough. We don't need to make ourselves less wrong. That is the wrong through, or that was though. I realized recently that I don't see why I can't understand why I can't see through walls. and I thought that if I'm lucky enough for you to see this, you might be able to give me an answer why. Okay, I think this is fine. I think 2 sentences is good. It's brief, you know what I mean? Silicon underscore 14. What do they do for the end of messages? Is it a hyphen or is it just my thing, comma? Or no, it's like sincerely or something. Swap the paragraphs? What? What do you mean swap the paragraphs? Hello, Hank Green. My confusion is about how light is a spectrum, blah blah blah. I realize you see I don't understand why you can't. And I thought you might be able to give me an answer why. Start with a question? Okay. I could do that. I get, yeah. Yeah, it is. It's the more important part of the email. Boom, boom. So, okay. Hello, Mr. Hank Green. And I will change this to dear, because that feels more appropriate given that we're starting with a question. Dear Mr. Hank Green, if light is a spectrum of energy, how is there? If light is a spectrum of energy, how is there not? And then, let's see. If light is, yeah, whatever. I'm trying to figure out, okay, what do I do to this to make it flow more with this? Okay. I might change what, idea, because that, I don't know. This idea has made me question why I can't see through walls, and I thought I might be able to answer why. Okay. This, I feel like idea doesn't really work. Oh, shoot. Is that fixed? Where am I? Yep, yeah, that's good, that's right. I need to change the keybinds for, like, what does what, because right now I have my faces changed with the number keys, and then I use the number keys. Like, I'm pretty sure the reason I had the confused face was because I typed the 14 in my name. So it was just like, oh, okay. But yeah, I have to figure out what to replace that with, because I don't have a numpad on the laptop, so I don't know. This idea has made me question why I can't see through walls, and I thought that if I'm lucky enough for you to see this, you may be able to give me an answer why. What's the, I need a thesaurus, This question has been on my mind. Could work better. This question has been on my mind. Maybe this. This question has been on my mind and left me wondering why I can't see through walls. So I thought that if I'm lucky enough Hmm. I thought that if I'm lucky enough for you to see this, you might be able to give me an answer. I feel like this is some kind of, like, sentence case kind of... Okay. See you in a second. Ugh. Okay, let me think. So, I thought of... If I... Maybe if I were lucky enough? I don't know if this is a sentence case kind of thing. I'm sure it's fine, who cares? This. Not sincerely. Confusedly. I need synonyms for confusedly. This one. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. You scared the life out of me, man. It's fine. Confusedly, in a confused manner. Helter-skelter, helter-skelterly. What's the word for... I don't even know. It's like... Wonder... Sure, just look up synonyms for wonder, and then... Wonder, I get... Would it be... I don't know. Curiosity, oddity, phenomenon, spectacle. Huh. I technically don't have to... Okay. I can do since... That sounds stupid, though. Maybe? Is that even a word? It's... No, that says anti. No, it is anticipate. Anticipatorily. Eagerly is a much better... Is eagerly? Maybe anticipatorily is better. Let's see... Okay, yeah, I don't know. Sincerely, just me. Hey. I think that's cool. Yeah. Okay. Oh gosh. Well, actually, no, this is fine. It's just sending an email. Ugh. I stretch. Give me a second. I want all of you. What do you mean? In no way is... No, that's not what this is. That's not what this is. Oh. What? Look at him go. Okay, anyway, back to... Wait. Oh, okay. What? Where do they... How do they make these, man? What is this? What technology is this? I don't... What... What is... Dude, I don't understand. How are they doing this to the cats? Okay, this... I remember this commercial. This is hilarious. I mean, okay. And then this one is just everywhere. I don't know why I started looking at cat dancing gifs, but I wanted to. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna send it. Here we go. Should I? You're not sure. You guys get to be on there too. Okay, send. That's it. Boom. Done, and... I don't know. Dusted? Not dusted. Well, I don't know. I don't know what that means, frankly, so... What does my face look like that for? I don't know what button did that. 5, apparently. Okay. I don't remember when I pressed that, but... Sure, dude. Let's see. Right. It's just switching back to Scratch. There we go. Okay, and we need to... Load. I think I just had it in the document. Yes. Hello. Open. Yes. So, and to be clear, did we fix last time, like, now it's able to do it in all directions? So theoretically, I should just be able to do... populate. And then they do that. They are going in straight lines, but that's just because the frequency is that... Right, and I need to change it so that it's frequency instead of amplitude. Yes, photon. Here we go. Okay. So, what are we doing here? Which one is running that? I think it's you? Yes. Because I took away this part. So now you're just moving in a straight line. So what happens if I if I add this back? You start acting all weird and strange. And if we change that to be the life minus 90. I have no clue what's going on. Stop it. I'm gonna have you create clone of myself. Wait, stop again. I need you to show and then create a clone of yourself. Which is easiest done just by setting that to only do it once and then populate. Like that. So, show and then go to like 20 or something. 22, fine. Okay. We have two electrons. That's easy to work with. And then if I tell you to emit... What is this? What does that number mean? Angle? So then no, I want you to transmit. That did nothing. Why did that not work? Because you need an angle. Right, because that, Wait, what? Transmit, frequency. I guess I need a frequency for transmit. If I set that to like 10. What do you want from me? Broadcast, absorb, and wait. Transmit. What if I do this? Just force you to... Well, no, you're gonna wait until you touch a... What is happening? I forgot how to do this. Maybe you need to hide. Yes, you did. Okay. Right, and that's not going to do that because you need to have a second electron. So I need you to make... Yeah. Wow. Okay. Those two. Wait. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for you. Like that. I'm realizing now I'm working with numbers. This is gonna make my face look so weird. That's fine. I'm fine. So then, stop this. Populate twice. Send you to 0. And show. Okay, so then I take you over here. You over here. And then if I ask you to transmit... You... There you go. What in the... What in the world is happening? Stop it. What are you doing? I do not understand. So emit and absorb is... Okay, so those two got too... Oh, I'm sorry. I did the thing. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to use this on my phone. I'm gonna do... I'm not gonna be able to show chat on my phone because I can't pay attention to my phone. I need to have it on the thing. I am... welcome back, Mystery. It went... Yeah, that's about how it went. It just went. I'm sorry. Okay, or currently, we just had an issue with this. If I do transmit, that guy freaks out when he gets hit by his electron. Look at that. I don't know what's going on there, man. But that happens. Yeah, I know, because I need to press the buttons to make things happen, and they're gonna... If anything, hold on, I can try to fix it if you give me just a second. Yes, where is it? What button is it? This one. Get out of here. Okay. If it, I mean, okay, in that case, I'm gonna keep it. I'll keep it for now and then fix it later because it's fine. This guy's freaking out and I don't know why. I don't know what he's doing, but it's not good for his health or mine. I frankly don't know what's happening. If I had to guess, this. It's not... Oh, shoot. I keep forgetting to press the transition button. There you go. He is spasming, and I don't know why. Both of these are being triggered, which implies... Phone call from afar. Both of these are triggering, which implies that this is working and deleting the clone, but this is not. And I don't know exactly how to solve that. The only thing I could possibly think of is adding to the end of this, like a little bit, like move 1 or something. That way you stop touching him. Yes, okay, cool. That works. There's this, okay. And so now they're sending that photon between them. And that works, good. Cool, sick. So, Now, this is going to go on forever. We do not want that. We want this guy to be losing energy as he travels and as he's transmitted. Right, and that means that we need to go over... I'm going to switch this to this view. There we go. That means we need to go to this. Which one is the frequency? Multiplying it is the amplitude. Then presumably this is the frequency. So then maybe we multiply life directly by that. And so then if I do transmit, you're going to send out to both of these, but what? Oh, yeah. That's being very strange. Lose energy per distance travel plus number of emissions? Yes. And the easiest way I can think to do that is to have them have a number that determines their frequency, and then make them constantly lose, like to have that number constantly go down, and then when they're transmitted, it also goes down. But that would be the electron's job. Like, yeah, the photon is going to constantly decrease their energy so long as they are alive. The photon is the electron is going to decrease the energy and then send out the photon, which is going to copy its energy. I don't know what... Also, I need to... this. I'm thinking the easiest way to have this do something is have it divided. That way it can't go negative. Yeah, it can't go negative, and then it can't... but then it still goes down. So if I do transmit again, what happens with this? I assume not anything good. Whoa. What was that? Assign a value to... do you mean at like a number, or the value that is their energy? Because they do have... do they have numbers? I think they have numbers. They might not have numbers, but even if they don't have numbers, it's fine because they're working with, like, their own stuff. It's kind of like the ability to communicate between clones. It's freaking... there's a fly in here. 100 starting value, and then -1 per pixel travel. -10 per reflection. I can... yes, that's what I'm trying to do. Where is it? That's electron. It's this. Frequency. This is what... maybe it's because that's... Wait. So then, transmit. Transmit, you say frequency. So if I set this to, like... what? Oh. You're fine. Here you go. Okay. Frequency, yes. Frequency is 10. You can launch screen. How do... oh, wait, what? Oh, you're right. This is correct. And I can also do that here, because... there you go. Boom. Maybe a little more. There we go. Okay. So, if I do transmit, that's... maybe it's too high. That doesn't make sense, because it's supposed to be the frequency. If we set it to 0... if we set it to 3... what are you doing? Oh, wait, no, that's changing it by. I don't want to change it by. I want to set it to this. So this will do that. Does that change anything? It does not. Downwards, you have more space. That's true, but I don't have more space on my screen. If I do it downwards, it's gonna try to do this. That's when I stretch it downward. So this is the most I can do, unless it's cool to have it, unless you're cool with it overlapping some. If you're fine with it overlapping, then I can do this. That's maybe a little more? Oh yeah. There we go. Okay. Okay, in that case, I will do... I think I'm gonna keep it like this, because, that way chat doesn't cover the interesting stuff over here. Why do you suck? Why do you stink doo-doo fart face? You set frequency to this, and and when you are emitted, you set your frequency to electron energy. So what's up with what do you want? Set frequency, divide the frequency, then you set it to that. Okay, what if we just manually set this to a value 1? Then are you fine? Yes. Okay. If we set that instead to a 2, you can just go right there. There you go. That seems to have worked. And then a 3. Is it getting less high? Which sounds, but what's up with the what's was? Did I say that? Are you? Oh, yes, apparently I did. Well, okay. How do I... You. What are you doing? If I... So that... Okay, if I lower this then to be a 2, did that increase the amplitude? I don't know. Or did that decrease the amplitude, I mean? I feel like it's affecting the amplitude, and I don't want it to. Oh, that's cool, actually, seeing them do that. So you're bouncing like that. And then if I set this to 3, I'm going to try to set it at the right time. Boom. That definitely made it go... Okay, so that means if I set it to like 5 or something, it should just be... Yeah. That probably has something to do with the way that I'm doing this. I think it might, if anything... What? It might have... Yeah. I think it's just speeding it up. It's like, if I had to guess, it's making it shrink vertically because it's effectively the same as zooming out on the sine wave. Right? And if you zoom out, it does compress the wave. Like, there are more waves, but it's also less tall. So I need to figure out what to do about that. And that because that's the movement. So then we set this back to... Oh, no, that's 51. Set that back to 1. Then you do that. Whatever, you're just gonna screw up anyway. So if we do this, and then change the multiplier to be outside of the subtraction, for some reason, don't know why that would do anything. So if we start this, the traveling time between the protons is the same. Yes. They don't get slower because speed of light is constant. So if I set this to 2, that still affects the wavelength. Yeah, it's half of the wavelength, or not wavelength, amplitude, because now it's only going to the top half. What do you want from me? What do I do? We could try manually increasing the amplitude by also increasing this relative to frequency. So if we do this life, multiply it by frequency, but then also make this multiplied by frequency, so 10 times frequency. Then what? What does that do? I think it's doing that because you changed it in the middle of traveling. That's also possible. I will check. There you go. Okay, and now if I transmit, I think it's actually still, yeah, it's still doing the same thing where it stays on one half. Before it was going like up and down, but now it's staying on one half of it. Which, can I control Y to redo that, or do I have to, no, okay, that's fine. Duplicate that, make that multiplied by frequency, and then make this 10 times frequency, which is just multiplying it by 10 and multiplying it by frequency. So now if we do this, what happens? It's a straight line. Which makes sense because right now, I think frequency is just 0. It's not. It should. I want you to say your frequency. Say your frequency. That way I know what numbers we're working with. 0. Okay, so that means that that's also not working. If we set this to... Well, okay, let's stop it. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, populate. You show and go to, like, 80 or something. I don't know. Okay, these two are the ones we're working with, and this is our starter guy. So if we transmit, they both still have 0. Okay, then transmit frequency. Does this even use frequency? It does not. If we go down to emit, that's angle energy. So then wait, if I go over to energy, energy is just empty. It should be frequency, this guy over here. Come here, come here, come here. Like that. And then if we go... Where did the other guy go? I missed something, apparently. And then... This. You set... This does nothing with energy. What does this do? It says, change electron energy by energy. All things considered, I should be able to just set it to that. Because I did not mean to do that. I should be able to just set it to that. Because this is the thing that's going to the photon, I think, maybe? And then energy. What is energy? What is this? I'm ignoring that for now. We'll just do this. And then broadcast emit and do the steps or whatever. Get out of here. So now if we transmit... Okay. That's kind of good. That was close. They did the thing. We need to decrease this. I guess if we consider what this means they're losing 10% of their energy each step. So maybe just make it 100. Or so they lose 1% of their energy. I'm gonna drag... No, stop it, stop it. Yeah, no. Stop moving. Stop it. No, get over here. Get... Ah, there. No, please. I want... Okay, well, you're fine. You get... I need to drag you away. I'm trying to click you and drag you, and you're not clicking and dragging. Come on. Come on. There we go. Whew. So now, once that loser gets out of here, I will transmit again. Okay. So now, energy 3. They move very quickly, but they slow down. Still 0, though. which is an electron. Yeah, that's a. Oh, well, no, that shouldn't. Emit and wait. This, you set your frequency to electron lambda. So, okay, time to do this again. Yes? Yes, I'm so good. It's simply like no one's ever done it before. Dragging photons out of there like nobody's business. Okay. And now, okay, so it does have a, but electron lambda is blank, which is weird because it should be 0, I would assume. Energy, but so is transmit not working? Oh, this. Oh. Huh. Wait until. Oh, right. That makes sense, actually, because they can't read their energy yet. Because the thing about this is that. Okay, I think there are two things I could possibly do. One of which I just thought of. The original plan is have the electrons change color based on their energy, and then when the electron is touching the, what am I thinking? When the electron is touching the photon, it will convert the color of that photon to a number that represents the energy, and then what do you call it? What am I thinking? It will. I forgot what I was thinking. Right. Okay. It would have to turn the color of that. What am I talking about, bro? Words are coming out of my mouth, but they have no meaning. Okay, when the electron is touching the photon, it would go through. It would just basically have 3 numbers or something that represent RGB, right? And those numbers would increase over time until it went through all of the possible numbers until it found the color of that photon. Then, with the color of that photon, it would convert that into a value for energy and send that into the photon that it emits. Yes. The other option, and the reason that I had to do that before, or that I thought to do that before instead of just having them have some number that they transfer over, is because clones don't work well in that regard. Like, because they're running stuff simultaneously, it's like I can't have a photon just send a number to a clone. So I had to have it be something in physical space. But I'm thinking also maybe if we give the photons a number, right? Like when a photon is created, it is assigned a number. The only thing is okay, I was thinking if you have them have a number, right? It's assigned a number, and so that when it comes in contact with an electron, it sets some value to that number, and then the code is just running through whatever, so that it can go through a list of energies that is in the photon. Like, say the photon is number 1, there's a list of all the photon energies. Item number 1 of that would be the energy of photon number 1. So when photon number one hits an electron, that electron will look at the energy of that photon in the list and then use that as the energy, right? The only thing is when photon number 1 disappears, like once it's absorbed, there is no longer a photon number 1, which means we either have to let the list get larger infinitely, or whenever an electron goes down, we have to go through each clone and decrease their thing by 1 if they were higher. And the same thing with their item in the list, which I guess would naturally do that. So, I don't know, really, what the best option here, because both of those do seem annoying to do. Let's see. What is something I can do to make these bozos communicate? I could do brightness instead. Maybe. Let me check. Okay, sensing. If we do sensing, touching color, right? How do maybe not brightness. Or maybe I don't know. I don't think I can really use color. I don't think I can use color, but if I can't use color, I don't know what I use. Hmm. I don't really. There has to. Right, you're right. There has to be another easier way, but I'm not certain what it is. Let's see. So, can you explain again the thing about the clones being the same? Okay. What? Think about the clones being the same. Because in the code, there's no way for the clones to communicate because they are all the same guy down here. So I can't have I can't have like this photon communicate with this clone because technically this photon is no different than this photon in the code, and same thing with this electron and these other two electrons. The only way I could possibly do that is through like a queue system, which again is the numbering thing, where I have to number the electrons to know who is talking, and then have some value yeah, I have to number all the electrons, and then have a way to count who is talking, what number they're trying to communicate, and to which electron. Why would they need to communicate between themselves? They don't need to communicate between themselves. It's you have to know which one is communicating because they're not all gonna have the same energy, which means each one has a different value, and I need to communicate that value. And since it's independent to a clone, I need to know which clone is which, so that when I send it to the electron, which I also have to know which one is which to know like which one it's trying to send the energy to. But I forgot where I was. Yeah, I have to give them numbers so that they can have identities, and they need to have identities not so that they can communicate with themselves, but so that the code can differentiate between them, know which value to put into a number or into a variable, and then it needs to know which electron to send that number into. And that's an issue. Like, I could maybe if I reduced the no okay, if I go inside a photon, right, looks, set color effect to no, that doesn't even work. The thing, right, but the issue is that when they die, their place in that list changes. Like if I can try it because it might be easier than it sounds. It's just that like if once this photon dies, say like this is number 1 and this is number 2. Once number 1 dies, number 2 becomes number 1, and I have to keep track of that. Which means I need to broadcast. So maybe if I can try. Okay, I have an idea. If when absorb, if you broadcast new guy that is recount, right? You clone number for this sprite only. So then when you receive recount and what do I want to call it? Absorbed. When I receive recount, if my number is greater than no case where it's equal. So if my clone number is greater than absorbed, then change my clone number by -1. The only thing is, there's also a possibility that photon loses its energy before 1, so instead there you want to have every... Right. That's correct, which is this. If their clone number is above the absorbed one, then they change it. It doesn't account for if they happen to do it at the exact same time, which is possible, but I'm kind of hoping that it's either unlikely enough or it's solved in the system itself. So, okay. Now we need to figure out how to number the things, which I guess we'll just make a list of photons. Yeah, list of photons. And when you start as a clone, you set clone to 1, set clone number to length of photons plus 1, right? And then you add a thing to photons. Right, and before I do that, I want to make sure that it doesn't go, like, all out of whack, so that when I want you to delete... When you die, I want you to delete your clone number. Yes. Delete clone number of electron X's, or no, of photons. Like that. And so now, if I do this should keep track. Okay. Ooh, that's climbing still. Will it keep climbing? I'm gonna have you add clone number instead. So that's 3 and 3. 2 and 3? 2, 3. Huh. Okay. Instead of saying your frequency, I want you to say your clone number for me. So your clone number 2, your clone number 1, your clone number 3. Okay. So that's because that's happening so close. Okay. I also want you to change that before you broadcast recount. Might be because they spawn at the same time. Maybe. Hopefully not. Oh, I've made a mistake. There you go. Let's see. I need to... Oh, are you naturally reducing? That. There you go. Okay. So, and if we delete all of photons, how did you get to 0? It's supposed to be that number plus 1, so I don't even know how that works, but okay. 3, 2. I think because they spawn at the same time, they're not spawning exactly at the same time. There's like a fraction of a second that you can, it's like Hold on, I got it. Bum bum. That's it. So there's a time between them spawning, but maybe that's not enough time for it to do all of that? Hmm. So when you get hit, right, you go first, so you delete number 2 of photons, and then... Okay. Can you try moving one of the photons a bit farther? Sure, I'll move him up to here. That didn't seem to... I can also try just holding one of them. You. So you go... And then... You. There we go. Okay, and these two are going to keep swapping, which makes sense. If I delete all of photons, like that, you're 1, you're 2, then you're 0. Wait, how does that even make sense? You're only supposed to lower your thing if your clone number is lower than absorbed. Oh, because you don't set absorbed to your clone number. Like this. And then we also need to do this for like when they hit the edge, but... Okay, so now... Now, if we delete all photons, you're 1, you're 2. You stay... Okay, okay. So now they're swapping properly. Okay. The issue... Okay, so... Now that's working. Chat on screen is quite delay, like 5 seconds. Internet? That's that's the only reason I can think of. So now you're setting your thing to that, and that's working. The only thing is if I were to like transmit again, right? Send out 2 more photons. They're doing their thing. You get hit, you get hit. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4, and they do always seem to be distinct values, which is good. Okay. The only weird part is that they're all saying their number is 4. But I don't think that matters if you instead have them report their energy. So, right now you're saying... Oh wait, no. That's not what I want you to do. I want you to say your clone number. But instead of adding clone to photons, I want you to add... frequency? Where's frequency? You. There you go. Frequency. So now you're keeping track of your frequency. Which for some reason is blank instead of 0. I don't know what's up with that. But... Now if we go to... Okay, now we need to figure out how to communicate what, Okay, maybe we said... Okay. So no. Hold on. We need to... I'm gonna just take all this out so that nothing goes weirdly wrong. Never mind. Never mind. We can put that one back. That's fine. Broadcast. So we want you to set absorbed to clone number first. Delete that broad recast, but there's something we need to put between those two. How do I go about... let's see. I'm just gonna no, because that'll get rid of all of them. We will have... Actually, here, this will leave us with a singular guy. Delete this clone. There you go. And I need to delete all of photons. There you go. So then you become 1. Yeah, cool. So, what am I doing? There's something we need to do between here, because what I'm thinking is they set their absorb to their clone number. So then the electron that broadcasted absorb and wait, yeah, you transmit with absorbed, right? The only thing about that is what is absorbed? Absorbed is 1. How did that even... whatever, dude. We'll figure out what that means. So, yeah, because absorbed is... You set absorbed to your clone number. Wait, no. You don't set it to absorbed. You set it to item absorbed of the photons. Boom, like that. And transmit. What do we get? You guys are being crazy. Crazy kids. Oh. Okay. Just send you there really quick. There you go. Oh, and off you go. And come here. Come here. Not what I meant to do, but that works also. Okay. Transmit, and then move you all the way over here. Okay. Sure. So long. Okay, I think what we can do is move you, over here, so that when you transmit, you send your things out. What in the world is happening? Delete all of photons, and transmit. Okay, that guy hit the edge, that makes sense. Okay, I need to think, what the heck is happening? When frequency hits 0, what are they doing? It seems to be affecting the amplitude as well. Which, duh, it is. That makes sense. Wait. So, frequency going down makes the amplitude go down as well because it's stinky. Which means we need to counteract the amplitude. Right now, we're kind of just reinforcing it. Yeah. So then what do I do? What do we do? We need to multiply it. So, okay, if we have them say their frequency instead of their clone number, we could see that go down, and as it goes down, their amplitude will increase because of this guy right here. Which doesn't make sense, actually. Not sure about that one, but that's fine. This. Your energy is going down until it hits 1 point something and you just get out of here. But if I take this out and make that a 1, does that continue to happen? Oh, it does. I did not anticipate that. Okay. Right then. what happens if we increase this to 1,000, right? So they're losing 1/10 of a percent every time. So if we transmit, they lose energy much more slowly. Ha. Huh. Okay. If we add this back and take away this one to be just 1, what happens? You get out of here, and you get out of. Go away! Stop it! No, there you go. Yes. Don't know. Let's see. What are they saying? They're saying their frequency. You're supposed to copy. You set your frequency to electron thing, and when you. What this? You set that to energy. Transmitting with 3. 3 is frequency, and it's supposed to set energy to frequency. Which it does, because the initial guys have that. Do they set their frequency to something? I don't... I'm gonna watch Electron Lambda while I do this. So now it's 3. What just happened? Okay. So then that means if we don't add this, then what? Wait a second. So that makes no sense. How is it? Why is it blank? It being blank doesn't make sense. Oh, right, because... Wait, no. Item absorbed a photon. Item of 14 is blank. Maybe because we need to delete all of photon. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. There we go. Delete all of photons. Wait for that guy to disappear. And we will transmit again. Now we have that at 3. So when you go... Yeah, that's right, because we need some kind of pause. I'm gonna try just adding weight 0 and see if that works, but weight 0, maybe that'll work. Get rid of this bozo. They're deleting their energy in here before the electron can read it. So I'm trying to maybe make there a delay before they set absorb to their energy and delete, or their number, and delete their energy. Yeah, that didn't work. So much is happening and I don't understand about any of it. First of all, let me just focus on the frequency really quick. Why does this happen? Frequency is that, then you move frequency. Correct. They don't get to read the energy quick enough, because as soon as the photons set absorbed to the value of their energy, then they... Oh, wait, hold on. It might be... I don't think any amount of that will work, because it's emit and wait. Or no, that's emit and wait. What about absorb? Yeah, you set that to absorb and wait. Okay, I have an idea. We can offload that job to the electron. you delete, not clone number, absorbed. This. So if you're the one deleting it, then you don't have to worry about anything. Delete all of photon. Okay. And then, what am I thinking? What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I'm thinking get rid of you. And get rid of you. So that when we go here, we can transmit and see how things go. You're gone. You're gone. I'm gonna put a thing out here that says photons, so I don't have to redo it every time. Okay. Transmit. Maybe... hold on. Where's the touching wall thing that tells you to delete yourself? Touching edge. I want you to broadcast recount then. Where am I? Where are you? Broadcast, recount. And delete the item clone. Don't you have delete all photons, but... yeah, well, delete all photons? Do I? Would pressing delete this clone do that? I will check. I can check right now, actually. No, that does not work. I can make one, though. When I start as a clone. Forever. Wait until... where's the wait? Until... say spacebar? Or no, where is it? Key, space, pressed, delete this clone. So now, when I do this, deletes all photons. Cool. Thank you for that idea. What was I doing before? Right, you need to broadcast or count when you hit the edge, and delete photons of, what is your count number? Clone number, there. That way, I can transmit, one of them will hit the edge. What just happened? Wait a second. Wait, no, because you're... so what, do you need to set absorbed to... yeah, you need to set absorbed to that. Set absorbed to clone number... no, wait, no. That's not what that does. This to this. That way. Alright, get rid of that guy. And do it again. Nothing changed. It's still... what? Did I delete all photons before I did that? Delete all photons. Transmit. Okay, that worked. That didn't work because it does... it waits. Wait, but that shouldn't even matter because it doesn't delete that. Oh, well that's why. So then do this first. So get rid of that and then do this. You annoy me beyond belief. Hey, that worked. And I assume that will yeah, there you go. Okay, delete all photons. Kill that guy. Delete all photons. That's... okay. Yes? Hold on. This might be it. Okay. That's fine. I'm not angry. I'm not angry at all. I have no clue why that happened. It has something to do with the clone, like the fact that it's a new guy. Okay, I want you to say, give me this, I want more information. Join, that, I want to know your frequency and your clone number. Actually, do clone number first. Clone number and frequency. Your clone number 2 with a frequency of 0. You stay as clone number 2 with a frequency of 0. But why is your clone number 2? Because you don't... Wait. Ah, I see. Ha! This is... Ah... Okay, clean this up so I can understand what's going on. Okay, so, emit. I'm gonna try getting rid of it, and we'll see what happens with the clone number. So, this is clone number 2. Okay, this is clone number 1. And the clone that's created is clone number 2. The clone might be created too quickly like you thought. But the weird part is that it works the first time. No, that makes sense. It makes sense that it works the first time because the electron's the one delivering the energy, not the... So that means... Okay, that means when we do... First of all, recount. You're not... So you're being set to number 2 because when you start as a clone, you set your clone number to the length of this list plus 1. When you start as a clone, you have a frequency, correct? Yes, because you're adding your frequency to the photons. So what if we have you add your... No, well, that won't work. I guess maybe if we do add your frequency to the list and then set it to the number of photons. Because you're already accounted for. That way, if we... Yeah, maybe that'll work. So, you're clone number 2, because I forgot to get rid of that. There. And I'm just going to combine these into one button. There you go. Okay. You have that energy. But then it's 0, right? Because you don't... Item number 2 does not exist. You're still number 2. Does it need to create the clone and then recount? Or can I just... Okay. When it creates the clone, when does it create the clone? Emit. It creates the clone when it does emit. Yeah, it creates a clone. So it emits and then creates the clone. You're number 2 because you... This is an issue. I have a potential idea. Let's see if this works. So, if we have... I don't know if this will work. I don't see why it will work, to be frank. No. Replace item clone number of photons with frequency. So you're constantly updating. First of all, you do need to do that in the first place because it decreases over time. It's not just when you start. So we'll see if that works. This one. So that's it. Decreasing. And then... we want to do an if you not or we'll do this. If clone number is less than the length of photons, then you add to photons like that. So then delete you and we see what happens. Boop. This is objectively not true though. Except it is? Okay, what the heck are you doing, brother? No, that makes... No, it doesn't. Yes, it does, because every time you do that... Okay. This is annoying. This is very annoying. So... we need you to... Okay, we're gonna get rid of this, because first of all... Or at least this part of that. Get rid of you. Do that. So you're number 1. Right? You do that, but then when you create the clone is numbered number 2, because that's how that works. Okay. I need to calm down. And think. We need... What do we need you to do? We need this guy to be labeled number 1, even though this list does not... Okay. Let's recount. If your clone number is greater than absorbed, which it's not, then you decrease by 1. Delay the spawning of the clone. Sure. Where is that? This... If we set you to wait... just a tenth of a second or something. Then what happens? Do. Nothing changes, but emit. You broadcast emit. When you receive emit, then you go to the position, point in direction, set your frequency to that, move 1 steps, and then that guy creates a clone of you. So... what if... Okay, what if instead we have the clone number handled by emission? This. So you will set your clone... When you do that, you set your clone number... What if we set your clone number to absorbed? Then what? What happens? Like, I assume something's gonna go wrong, because we have it currently deleting its thing, but if we kill that guy, do this, you're 0. Okay, yeah. We can try setting it to You can try this. If your clone number is less than 0, if your clone number is 0, then set it to 1. Like that. So now it's that. Okay. Let's kill that guy and see what happens. So now you're 1, but you're not sending your thing to the list. Why is that again? I see. You're never doing that. Let's get you. Can I add you back, then? Why is this not happening why is nothing... Why does that not work? Yeah, that's not working. I don't know why. That has no reason not to. Let's see. If we go up to... So you set your clone number to absorbed. Then you what? Set absorb to clone. Okay, so absorb. You set absorb to your clone number, broadcast recount, and then delete the clone. And then the clone... So technically we don't need to do recount if we're spawning the clone with the same number, correct? No, that doesn't work because that doesn't work because if there's multiple electrons, then all of them would have the... because it has 0 energy, if we set this to, like... If we replace that with a 1 or something, or is it this one? Yeah, that one. Did not mean to do that. If we set that to 1, now he's wibbly wobbling. But only until he gets absorbed, and then he goes on a straight line again, because he has 0 energy. Grah! What am I thinking? We need to... Ugh! My brain. So... I'm gonna shrink this, so maybe seeing more of this will help me. Okay, so, how does this work? You emit, when you're absorbed, you set absorb to your clone number. That doesn't work, because both of these guys are 1. Okay. Hold on. I don't think my Gatorade was loud enough for you to hear that, but I did. There you go. Stop your... Okay, no, I can't do a flip. They're downstairs neighbors. So, but... Fine. Whatever, dude. Whatever you say. Either way, this doesn't work because, yeah, that doesn't work because you send out multiple guys if there are multiple other electrons. These guys are only sending out 1 because there's 1. That doesn't work. I need you... Okay, I need to... Okay, so, let's... How does this start? It starts with emit, right? From this guy, you send it out 1, and that only affects the direction, all the other things are the same. You go to the position of this guy, send out 1 guy pointing to this guy and 1 guy pointing to this guy, both with frequencies of electron lambda, which is 3. So they have frequency of 3, and then you move 1 step. And then this guy creates clones of those. So What am I thinking? You have frequency. All of them have frequency. So then... So, I think recount. Let's see. If we go back... You set this back and kind of still have you do it, because it doesn't really matter. Or, no. Come down here with me. You set your clone number. Wait, what? Yeah, set your clone number to that. And then add your frequency to that. So if we transmit, then we're back to where we started, correct? Yes. Except no, because both of you have 1, which doesn't make sense. Why do you... what? Because you have... Right. I'm not really sure what to do about this. Hey! I need to think. Okay. Let's just get... Yeah. Okay. What do we need to do? What do we need them to do? The photons... So we need to number the photon. Then we need each photon to set its item to that. It's the creation of a new guy. Which should have been fine. Okay, you know what? +1. And then absorbed. If we have you do your absorbed thing... So you'll become 2. Yes. But you don't create... you become 2. But you shouldn't become 2. Okay, so wait. So then when you absorb, you set that to that. What if we... Okay, then I need you to delete... No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work because you... Okay. Where's the absorbed thing? Broadcast, absorb, you. Okay. So that means I'm gonna do... You have energy, is that a personal thing? Yes, it is. So we're going to instead set your energy to this. Yeah, set your energy to that. That's not... Oh, okay. And then delete that and transmit with energy. How's that? That seems to be working better already. We get rid of you and then transmit. Boom. Have you ever used a flashlight? Oh my... What? Oh, yeah. And then you can see through your finger. Yeah. Oh, hey, wait, hold on. Is stuff happening? Is this the right stuff that's meant to be happening? I can't tell. Well, no, because they're both level 2. So. Let's see. You set clone to 1. Set clone number the length of that plus 1. They are losing energy, which is cool, but they are not separate guys. They are both the same photon, effectively. They're effectively the same guy. Yeah. That's the issue. Okay. Um, so what did I just do? I just had it so that that does that, and then, okay. I had it so that it stores the energy itself, that way it can get rid of it when it's absorbed, right? You broadcast absorb, absorb makes it set absorb to that, and then delete that. So, it sets absorbed to its clone number, and then deletes itself. Then, so that gets the number of the photon, deletes it, then sets the energy to that, deletes that, and then transmits with that energy. I did not. That was not me, I promise. I promise. I don't burp, I don't do that. No. I don't have lungs. Or, I guess that's an esophagus thing. Transmit frequency. So you set counter to 0, then you send it out, you emit with all the angle stuff, and then frequency. So you're directly emitting with the energy. Paideia. What if I have you say your energy? No, that's sound. I want you to say your energy. Like that. So yeah, your thing is 0. Your thing is 0. Get rid of you, and then... So, with this... Yours is 2.58. Yours is 2.36. Or 2.30. 2.10, 2.5. So that's working. So then that means our next issue should be with emit. Everything before that seems to be working. This is good progress. Emit. If we go here to broadcasting emit, you go to the position, turn in the angle, set your frequency to what? You set your frequency to the electron frequency, which, where is emit done? It's, you transmit emits with the energy. The emit block says to set that to energy. Okay. Okay. So then that means that the... What am I thinking? Oh, first of all, we can get rid of this because that's just pointless time. Because that doesn't change anything because it's waiting either way. So, what's the issue then? I think that issue came with... Okay, well, first of all... They're both numbered number 2, which doesn't make sense. You create a clone of the photon. So then... okay. So, when you run emit, when transmitted, everything is already deleted once you transmit. So, if we start with 1 and 2, is there a pause button? There's not a pause button. Okay. So, you send these out, you have a 1 and a 2, right? let's say one would catch up first because it's closer, right? Then one would get absorbed, so it would delete itself. I could, clean up blocks. Fine. I'll set it to, like, P or something. When P... When P is pressed, set, pause. I want you to toggle pause, so... Change pause by 1 and set pause to pause to mod. I think it's pause mod 1. So if I do this, do mod 2. Yes. So that's a toggle. And then I want you to your gobbledygook. This will be an if, so you stop, pause equals 1, and that's good enough for me. I don't think I have anything else that I need to pause. Or I guess if pause equals 0. There you go. So, I press the space bar because that's usually the pause button on stuff. Oh! Okay, there we go. Boom. And if I press P, interesting. The effects that has on stuff. Yeah, let's just... Okay, and if I press P, then you're both good. Okay. So yeah, you're 1 and 2. You become 2 again. But you become 2. Which... Okay, pause. I unpause and then do that. Wait for you to get separate enough. Okay, so you are 1, you are 2. 2 hits first and therefore becomes 2. Why is... Okay, wait. So then if we... Now, yeah, 1 doesn't change. So what should happen is this 2 becomes 1 once this 1 becomes 2. Once the 1 is absorbed. Here we go. It doesn't. It did not do that. So absorb... Because absorb doesn't broadcast or count anymore. There you go. So now if we do that... Here to you. So now... Do we still encounter that issue? One is 2, 2 is 1. Okay, so they still have their identities. This is good. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Yes! It's working. Oh my god. That is a great time. That took 2 hours, man. Okay. Bye-bye, mystery. Jesus Christ. Okay. So, now... Look at that. Look at them go. A beautiful sight. Thank you. Okay, so... There. Okay, so now we need to check this again. We're gonna make 2 more, or no, we'll start with 2 more photons, and then we'll do 2 more electrons to see if that does anything. So if we do this, we have 1 and 2. We do this. 1 and 2 again? Why does that happen? That doesn't even make sense. Okay, get rid of them. That doesn't make sense. If we do this... Oh, because it deletes all the photons. Right. So then if I do that, then we get 3 and 4. And those are all active, moving individually. Those are all different numbers. And it's staying up. It's working. Okay. And then, of course, they will eventually lose so much energy that they miss the electron and fly into the wall. Except 4 is... which one? 1 is gone now. And I don't know why. I don't know what happened to 1, but he is gone. 1 is gone. And then, how much? There you go. Now those two have enough to miss that electron, and so does that one. And they all hit the wall. Cool! I don't know why 1 disappeared. I missed it. So, let's do that again. And then that. And we will watch we will watch them all and see what happens when they, at what point does one of them disappear. It might be hard to see because of all the texts, but it should be fine. They are also kind of weirdly doing their thing with the... That's fine, I can fix that in a second. I still see 4. I guess it's when... Presumably it should happen again because everything is exactly the same. There's no reason for it not to, right? Are you being dead serious? It just happened once and then not again despite being exactly the same. Well, I'm sure that'll solve itself. Either way, next thing we need to do is the absorb. I don't know what factor to decrease it by. I feel like there's probably some scientific gobbledygook that I can look up and find, but I think for now, I'm fine with that. The frequency, this guy. Let's UB frequency. Does this work? If I set... No, because if I do this, then, yeah, you fly into the abyss. Huh. I don't know why this happens then. I'm not sure. We have to... I don't know. I forgot what I was doing. I forgot what I was talking about. Yes, we need to get the frequency working. I'm gonna look at this in Desmos because that's the easiest way for me to visualize. So back into Opera. Hey, okay. We go to desmos.com/calculator. We can look at a sine wave, and that will tell us, care about how much of the wave is on either side. Because that affects, that's pretty much how much it does. Right? What do we have right now? It moves sine of 10 times. It moves 10 times the sine of the lifetime minus 90. So that would be 10 sine x minus 90. And we want to make sure that's in degree mode. There you go. And that's that. I'm gonna multiply that by S and just have S be a scale thing. So minimum Z, oh, 1 there. So I can drag it down. Oh, okay, wait, no. So then that way we can compress this. Divided by. Or actually, we should take this and then divide that by S, I believe. Yes. That way we can see this. Whoa, not what come on. Okay. So, if we have F equals just 1 or something, right? So this is frequency. Frequency. We'll have frequency be a function, actually. So F of X equals X divided by 1.1, or yes, F divided by 1 to the power of X, I think, or something like that. So then that would be F of X f of X times X, and that gives us this goofy looking thing, which, I'll be real with you, no clue what. Does this predict that's 1, 2, 3, and then it goes off? Is that what happens if we swap back over to Scratch? Is that what happens with our guy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, no, you're fine. What? Whatever. Okay, so then... Wait, no. So then, yeah, that decimals won't even work for this. Let's see. So then, what are we dealing with here? Clean up blocks. We can get rid of some of these. Just for the sake of, cleaning up. Yeah, all of that. Get out of here. So, it makes sense that the frequency is increasing the amplitude, because we have it directly increasing the amplitude. What doesn't make sense is when we get rid of this, it decreases the amplitude. I didn't mean to do that. I hope that's not. Okay. Yeah, the higher the thing, it does, because it's compressing it. So then I need to figure out what we need to multiply that by. I need to figure out what we need to multiply that by in order to counteract the compression. So let's think. What do we have? What do we have happening right now? It's zooming out, which means we need. Because it seems like it's actually constant in terms of if the frequency of if the frequency is 2, then it's being divided by 2, right? Which does that make sense? Yes. Yeah. It seems like it's being divided by 2, which is why I thought we could multiply it again, like amplitude, to counteract that, but that does not seem to be the case. I don't understand it. Let's see. You... Yeah, even this. You stay on one side. But does that happen either way? Like, if I get rid of that... Oh, hold on. Okay. So, the staying on one side part, I think I know why it's doing that. Because we're taking that wave, right? Because if you just do it, then it still stays on the one side. Like, you can see it staying on one side. Once it gets here, you'll see. Yeah, it stays on this bottom side, this bottom half, and then when it goes this way, it swaps to the top half. And so when we multiply that, all that's doing is making this bigger. We need to... Okay, so... And if we get rid of frequency, then it turns into that. Huh. So then... Okay, that makes me think that maybe I can do this, but then I'm pretty sure I tried that and it didn't work. Aren't you supposed to, like, die once you touch the edge, brother? You are. Oh, it's because you're the main guy. You're not supposed to be doing that. Stop it. What the heck? Dude, why are you doing this now? If we stop, do populate, you go there and show, so you're this guy, set these guys up to be like that, then if we transmit, is everything good again? No, why did you... Why are you doing this? Electron X and Y. What is wrong now? Why are you doing this? Why do you suck? You're not going to the thing anymore. What the heck? What literally just happened? Because it's saying it's a clone. You're being stupid. Set. Clone. What? Clone to 0. Set clone number to 0. So now, that works. That's like a vertical... What? Okay, that's because it was just on one half, that's fine. You... The weird part is that I don't know why it wasn't doing... Why is it not doing that? How did we stop it from doing that last time? From sticking on one side? Was it by subtracting 90? What did that even do? It made it start from the center. Because when that's 1, this does this. Right? It goes on both sides, I believe. No, not equally. Hey, what? Dang it. Okay. Let's see. If we What if we just subtract something from this? Like if we subtract 1, so then that'd be sine of this whole thing minus 1, and I would assume that would work, but it doesn't because it drags you into the ground. Yes. Okay. Sine of 90 is 1. Which I guess makes sense. I don't know. This is weird, bro. So, this, if life is 0, then that becomes 0 minus 90. You get negative 1, so you go down, and you keep going. Thing is that these are equaling out, I assume. So then we have the issue of stopping that from equaling out. This is... I swear we did this last time. It was centered around the thing. It was literally just centered around it, so why isn't it anymore? This. Now you stick on 1/2 without having any reason to do so. It's like like, what the heck? Change life by 10, set frequency. That. So then, what? What if we, instead of doing all of that goofiness, we set it to this, have it change frequency, have it change that by frequency. Times 10. Or times some number, say 10 for now. That way, I assume that's going to do the same issue though. Yeah, it has the same problem of compressing the height as well. Let's see. So, that has the same issue though, that shortens it. And that makes sense because these are equal. What if we just amplify one of the sides? So you take this. Okay, you take this. And then what? Okay, I'm trying to think. We take this. When it's negative, we double it. When it's positive, we don't. So then that'll be this number divided by the absolute value of that number. Yes, yes. So that divided by the absolute value of that will give you a number that is representative of the sine of it. We'll duplicate that. And then we add, or we, in this case, we subtract 1. So then when it's positive, it will do, or no, we want to subtract If it's a positive number, then that gives a 1. If it's a negative number, that gives a negative 1. We need to turn that... If we divide... What do we do? I forgot. If we subtract 1, then that'll give us a 0 and a negative 2. Then... What? I think I actually did it over here. Let me see. I did it, yeah, right here. I think. Yes. Subtract, okay, well that's just subtracting it. That doesn't help. We need to multiply that. So that's, huh. Dang, my brain. Da, 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 da. Hmm. So this will give us a -1 or a +1. We need to turn that into a +1 or a -2. If we multiply it by 2, then we get +2, -2. Okay, let's just try subtracting 1. You subtract 1, you get -2 and 0. Then you divide it by 2. So in that case, if we subtract 2, then we get -3. So then subtract 3, we get -4. But no, hold on. So then we subtract 1, we get 0 and -2. If we multiply that by 2, then we get... What am I thinking? You subtract 1 to get -2, multiply that by 2, we get -4, and then we add... So we get -1, or this gives us -4 or 0, and then so then, what can we do? So maybe we do actually make that a minus... That's minus... That gives -2. If we add 1, it needs to go to 1 or negative... Okay, so then... It needs to go to 1 or -2. So then... Subtract 1, multiply it by 1.5 or something, and then we add 1. So then this should give us what we're looking for. This big old guy, that gives us -2. And then if we make this a +1 and a +1, we get a +1. Okay, cool. So then we can multiply this whole thing by this over here. There you go. And if we do this, then what do we get? Boom. That didn't work. Hmm. Um. Hmm. That didn't work, and I don't know why. Maybe because that's being multiplied by 10, that shouldn't matter, though. It won't matter. That doesn't matter. It won't change anything because of stinking PEMDAS. Like, if we multiply this by 10, and then multiply it by the negative, it doesn't change anything. There we go. And there. That changes nothing, I'm pretty sure. Yes. Okay. then I don't know what to do. Because we doubled it when it was negative. The only thing I could think to do is maybe reversing that, so that this becomes, so what is this? This becomes, why is that divided by 1? That's why, because you need to be over here, brother. Now do you work? Still no, interestingly enough. And then, so if we instead add 1 and subtract 1. Why is it being... this is... Okay, I don't know what's happening right now. Take this. This gives us -2. We don't want that. That gave us -1. And if it's positive, we get +2. Okay, this is what we want. Except, is it... Wait, because multiplying it by -1... So I guess maybe we multiply by the absolute value of this? Like that? Because we don't want to multiply by -1, because that would flip it. So instead we do that. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna not do that then. I have no clue what to do then. I don't know. Because this will make it stick to one side. Yeah, it sticks to one side. It hardly goes over, and I don't know what the heck would have changed that caused this to... Okay. Only thing I can think to do is look in my old stream. You guys can join me for that. Boop. Hello. Okay, you need twitch.tv. And what you want, actually we can just do twitch.tv/silicon_14. Da. Come on. Also, I think you guys are hearing my fan. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Okay. This is me. Hello, hi. Hi, me. We're not here for you, unfortunately. We're here for old me. Please, for the love of God. Thank you. And then, what am I thinking? What am I thinking? What am I thinking? What am I? I'm going to my old stream so that I can see what I did, because I do not remember, and it doesn't seem to have saved. Okay. And I don't know when I fixed it. I can try to find... Instead, like, if we just skip ahead and I can see a snapshot of it. Like, what's this? See, that's working. That's it working. Right there. So what did I do? So by this point, I had it working. I want to see what I had as the code for it moving. Come on, past me. Yeah. Found nothing in Desmos. Ended up working. They did something in. Please! Show me the answer past me! I shrimply need the answer to my problems. Okay. 10 times sine of life minus 90. And you're telling me that that worked and it doesn't now? Like, actually, what the heck is wrong with you? So this is working. The 10 times sine of 90, or sine of life minus 90, worked. Dude, are you serious? What the heck? So why does it not work now? That makes no sense. This makes no sense. You literally worked then. You worked fine then, but now that you're exactly the same, you don't work. Or did you not work before? This. First of all, why are you even, like, being weird right now? Because, no, you're setting your frequency to the... It's going a little up, but it's going way more down, and I... What in the world? I don't understand. I don't. It's exactly the same, but it's behaving entirely differently. What if we change this number to like 45 or something? Like what? What about 180? It's 190. Now what? Why are you even moving like that, brother? Okay, that changed. This shouldn't even do anything but change where in the phase it is. Sine wave minus 90 starts it high, so it drops low. It makes it a cosine, does it not? Or it starts at low. I don't know. 135. Please, brother. Okay, I'm going to quickly pin, or adding a pin block, because I want to see the path of these weirdos. Because it looks weird to my eyes. Okay. What about this? Okay. So we get that, which makes sense. This is starting... It is starting at high, which implies that... But, okay, whatever. This... We set that to 90, right? What am I thinking? We set that to 90. Erase all, and do this. Okay. Okay. So first of all, 90 isn't exactly what we're looking for, it would seem. There's some number that is more. Like, okay. I don't know what that would be. Are these all starting? No, they're not. These are starting at the same point, so whatever this is constant. But that doesn't. What doesn't make sense is maybe you need to set your life to 0. Do we need to have them set their life to 0 at the beginning? Like, is there some kind of goofiness happening? Set life to 0, so they start at the beginning always. Then what? Okay, cool. So there was something weird going on with that. So now if we erase all, you travel in a sine wave that is still not exactly... Oh, is it shifting over time? Let's look up life really quick. I guess I have to do it here. Well, no, okay, so hold on. So if we set life to 0 here, now what? It shouldn't matter in the first place because obviously you do that. Yeah, but whatever. Sure, dude. So now, so you're fine. That's fine again. We can add erase all to this. Boom. I forgot to kill all things, and then do that. Then why can't I hide clone number? I'm literally clicking it, and also hide life. Jesus. Okay. You can hide all of this, really. Okay. So, what are we looking for now? Right, we want you. So, if we add frequency to this, yeah, that's the issue. Okay. So if we kill all of those guys, and then do this, then I didn't mean... well, we can clearly see that the amplitude decreases. We do not want the amplitude to decrease. We want the amplitude to stay the same. Right? So if we do pause, frequency times 1, put that in there, and then put that, nope, that, come on, that in there. Wait, no, frequency times life, that's frequency times 10, we put that in there, put this in here. That was entirely pointless, but if we unpause now, the amplitude does still seem to be increasing. Let's hide the list of photons. Yeah, it looks like amplitude is still increasing. Like, I feel like this to here is not a straight line. Well, I can at least, I gotta click back on. Oh, shoot. My bad. You guys aren't even looking at it. Look at this. I've been using this to see the things, and it not working. Well, it is, but this. Now the frequency... Well, you just went straight through him, so I don't... Okay. I can clearly see here the frequency decreasing, right? But I believe the amplitude increases as well, and I don't know why, and I don't want that to be the case. Like, let's zoom in to see. I'm gonna find something, like, I need something straight to measure the screen. I clicked on it's a touch screen. Okay. Yeah, that amplitude is increasing. La 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 la. Okay, let's try for now increasing the rate that frequency changes. So this should be 10 times faster. Yeah, now we see that much more drastic. Huh. And weirdly enough, that's not linear. Which actually might just be because, you know, it's increasing on both sides, so maybe, hopefully. But either way, we see that that's an issue. So how can we counteract that? What if... Well, no, that doesn't make sense, because if we divide it... The thing is, as... It's... The weird part is that the amplitude is increasing. Like, if we get rid of this, right? So it's just this. Does the amplitude increase without that? Okay, yes, the amplitude increases no matter what. So then, and then multiplying it by that does help. So maybe we multiply it by double that. So then this will be 20 times the frequency. Yeah, that wouldn't work. What about 5? Nope. What the... What? What is that? Okay. And to be clear, does this happen when we don't multiply that by frequency? Just to see. I believe so. Okay, let's change this number so we can see more of that. What do we get? You go all the way, and then you... I don't And to be clear, if we don't include frequency and just have that be flat number, not exactly flat, but just that, we get this activity. Doesn't look like it, no. Okay, and what if we increase life by frequency? Really? Or maybe 10 times frequency. Boom. Okay. Huh. That makes sense, actually. Yeah. It's gonna be coming. It's gonna be like exponentially whatever, because the thing is inherently exponential. It's dividing by itself, or not dividing by itself, but it's constantly dividing itself, including a new value of it. So sure. Um. So then. Ah. Then what do I do? What can I do? We need it to not. So then, presumably, what if we divide the whole thing by. I don't know. Uh. Um. Uh, I feel like there should be a way to. Okay. We're gonna go to Desmos because I need to figure out how to do this math. I'm thinking we divide it by the exponential gobbledygook, right? So, like, if we have sine x, if we sum of sine x given n is 0, x is, or that's just 1 or something. Or x. I mean, that does look like what we're looking at, so sure, dude. Sine x minus 90 and multiply by 10. Is that linear though? That looks linear, that's not exponential. So, and that makes sense because we do f of x, then we get what? That's just a straight line. So then we would multiply that by 1.1 to the x or something. Yeah. But that's still linear. This is a straight line. 1.01. Okay, just whatever. We don't care. If we just do x squared or something, we need to figure out what to do to x squared to flatten it. Divided by x. We can try that. If we divide this whole thing by life. So we take this and divide the whole thing by life. No. Come on. There we go. You can't see that because you can't. I keep forgetting to do that. Boom. Alright, we're gonna see if we can divide this by life, or, yeah. Change you to life. Like that. And we see what happens. Hmm. What? Okay. That doesn't work. Yeah. Okay. Back to the thing. This one. What do we do? What do we do? So we tried dividing it by x. This isn't the same number. It's being changed by frequency. So you have changed by frequency. So this will be like the sum of so we do 1. What do you set this to an integer? What does that do? Microsoft Edge is opened and I don't want you to. Okay. Well, that makes sense, I guess. So we want that to be x. So this is the sum of, I guess, just 10x or 10z or something. Add a slider z. Z is c over, so then I guess just change this to be, nope. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? That one. X divided by 1.1 to the x or something. Oh, at some point it is a maximum and then falls down. I don't know. I don't know what to do. This doesn't help. This does not help. Okay, back to scratch. Huh. So dividing by life doesn't do anything. Dividing by life doesn't do anything. This will... This? It's not linear, though. Also, why do you... Like... What? Okay, say... your... life. Because it does not make sense to me that you would... not follow the same path as these, but... You know what I mean? You're supposed to have the... I guess your starting energy is less. Or your starting frequency is less. So yeah, that actually makes sense. Man. Dang. Maybe... Have I tried multiplying by frequency when it's like this? What about that? Okay, that seems... Did that actually work? Dude. Okay, okay. That's kind of working. That's kind of working. Not exactly. First of all, does the rate of change of frequency affect, in this stage, the rate of change of frequency, does that, basically I'm asking is, if I change how fast frequency changes, is this just going to become, stretched out instead of actually giving me... Okay, no. Okay. Okay. And then over time, we are seeing that frequency decrease. But then at some point, it becomes a straight line. Which I guess is fine. Do do do. Okay. That's kind of it. This is... So, by multiplying by frequency, we cancel out changes to the amplitude. That works. I mean, cool. Sure, it works. That means the... So, all. See, and life still 0. That's good. Okay, that means we want to do what? What's the next thing we have to do? We have to have emit change the frequency U. So you do that. Let's try just dividing you by 1.1. So that means you will lose 10% of your energy, I believe. So now, we do this. Then whenever you are transmitted, you lose 10% of your energy, and that's visible. Okay. We are watching that happen. This will continue, of course, until eventually you will miss that electron. Oh, just at the last second. Let's see. Definitely. Okay. Cool. One thing. It's fine. So now, if we get rid of this pin down thing, where are you? You. Get rid of you. Then you will do that. And we can decrease the amplitude itself by changing this number. So if we set that to like 5 instead, that becomes much more mild. Okay. But it's working. Yes. So now what are we missing? It's losing energy on transmission. It's... What is it? It's losing energy on transmission. It is losing energy as it travels. And I think that that might be it. So then if we get rid of this erase all because we don't need it anymore. Clean up blocks. So then I want you to go to 0, negative like 150. Okay, that's the wrong thing. Negative 150, 0. There, okay. And then, so, broadcast, populate, which, I'll leave that as broadcast. You broadcast populate, go there, or broadcast that and wait. Populate and wait, go that, and then you transmit the energy of our choice, and we will have that be what am I thinking? Transmit the energy of our choice. Right. And that will happen when a key is pressed. We'll make it H, just because it's right there. H. Boom. Fix my face, by the way. Okay. So now, we press H, we get that. I might change populate into a block because it only runs once, right? Populate. That way we can get a population number that we can change easily and have you run without screen refresh as well. So if we have you do this, so instead of broadcasting populate, you just populate. And we'll have you populate with, we'll say 10 for now. Repeat, pop. Okay, so now if I think that works. And then I will set duplicate this really quick because I want when M key is pressed, delete this clone. There we go. So we set H, we get a wall of things. Oh, and I want you to show. Okay, so get rid of that and then try again. Interesting that transmit 3 did not work. If I do it manually, it does. Okay. So now you've got all that. That is a cloud of numbers. I quite literally see nothing. Okay. We're gonna clean up blocks, get rid of this say. And same thing with these electrons. Where are you? Yes, you do that. There. Okay, and this doesn't exactly... This isn't entirely accurate in terms of... Oh, something's wrong. Let's just stop that. And press H. And then transmit. There we go. So that guy actually doesn't get... Oh, and then... Wow, look at all this go. We get a little bit coming out, but obviously those are just the ones that missed. This kind of assumes always 100% transmission, right? Like, in terms of all of the light that is sent out is absorbed by other electrons, which is not the case. It's, you know. Why is there... No, that makes sense. It's the overall energy. Which I should check. Because technically speaking... Well, okay. The frequency of... Okay, give me a second, because conservation of energy means that the frequency of that, should it go down by the number of things? So then instead, if we go here, if we divide it instead by the length of, it's -1, the length of electron exits, which is, number of electrons, -1, so you don't include yourself. That way... Okay. And then, we do need them to not do anything if the energy is 0. So then, I guess we just do unless... Or I guess if energy is greater than 0, like that. So then that way they don't send out. There you go. Boom. So if I send out a bunch of waves, well, well, what do I do about that? We could also kind of do a receiver thing. Yeah, we could do a receiver. If we do a receiver, this guy. Also, I can change these photons back to being yellow, so that they look cooler. But for now, this receiver... We don't need a receiver. We can just manually have them in transmission send one straight back, because none of it matters unless it's measured, right? So then if we let's see, so we need to do that in transmit. You repeat for the length of that, and then at the end of this, which will clean up blocks, at the end of this, then duplicate, you emit at angle 90 frequency. That does mean I'm going to... So that does mean that I am going to actually have that energy decrease by just the number of electrons, because, because that means there's some of it is going here. I don't know if that makes sense, but I think it does. So H, not what I meant to do, but I guess that works. It's transmit. Bro. Oh, hey. There's something going on here. Oh! A little bit got out! I'm interested in this right here, what's happening here. Because obviously that's not supposed to happen if that energy is 0. Hmm. Did I set that to 90? Yes, I did. First of all, a little bit of the light did get out, which is very cool. Hmm. I don't know what's going on here. Oh. Well, frequency is infinity. What? How did it get to infinity? I'm gonna watch it drop and see if that's when it gets to infinity. But it shouldn't be. So if we do P, or P pauses it, space, space, hold space. There you go. No, hold space. There you go. Okay. Transmit. It's a 3. It's immediately infinity. Maybe we need to... Hey, a little bit got through, and then you... That's... Okay, it's weird. That transmit... Hey, that's a lot going through. Obviously, because it's infinite. Okay. So, then we... What? What do we do? What do we need? I'm trying to think. Um... I forget. Oh, right. I'm gonna try setting these to be run without screen refresh. Actually, I gotta set emit to. Oh, there you go. Set emit to run without screen refresh first. And is that lag that I'm experiencing? Or yes. And that's because it has a weight inside of it, doesn't it? Yes. Um, edit. Turn off your run without screen refresh. Okay. That is an issue. Let's see what we can do about it. We go to emit. Do you have anything? None of that really. I think we can change this to be, like, to not be a weight. Because, um, yes. I think we can change this to not be a weight. Because, I moved the part that took time, or like we cared about in terms of time, to be that. Or we moved it out. So it theoretically should be fine without waiting. At the end of the day, we can always set it back if we need to. So now, if we transmit, how did you teleport over there? Transmit. I don't. Hmm. It's possible that it's just too dense or something. Let's try this. Get rid of these guys. Transmit. Okay, what? So now that it's not waiting, it's spontaneously... But if I set you to not run without screen refresh... Didn't mean to do that, but it's fine. Get rid of that, and then H. If we press transmit, why do you still randomly... Yeah. So that means that we do need that wait, because for some reason, I don't really understand why, but if you need it, you need it. Broadcast, emit, and wait, and do that, and that. M and H, and M and H. There you go, I like that one. Transmit, and you're all good. You as well. That is one issue. Okay. Wow. Okay, we're gonna try increasing this back to 10. This is, frankly, oh, it's back to infinity. Right, so why is that happening? Why does it turn into infinity? Like, if we change populate to just do 2, get rid of you guys, and populate. Then we get those 2, and if we transmit, it goes to infinity again. So then let's look at energy, no, electron energy. You stinky doo-doo fart face, you. Okay, M space. So if we do, so then what sets electron energy? Here's electron energy. Transmit, emit. Emit does that. You set electron energy to energy. For you to set that to infinity, that energy has to be infinity. Wait, so you... I see. No, I don't see. You should never... The only reason you would have to be... Like, electron X's. If we... populate... Right, H. And then... transmit... The energy is 3. Why are there 3 photons? That makes no sense. You set it to infinity. But that doesn't make sense, because you set it to... What about it? So you set it... You set energy to absorbed, and then you set it to energy divided by But that doesn't make sense. Okay, this, I assume, gives me infinity. Stop being a jerk. And okay, yeah, you give me not a number, because that's... Oh, that's why. That needs to be the length of electron x's, not electron x's. Space, and we should be able to transmit again. Boop. Unpause. It still sends out 3, which I find weird. But there we go. Now, the thing I do wonder about... Can I get the sum of a list? Technically, the sum shouldn't change, because you get... No, it does change. It decreases. And that makes sense because it takes energy to shake them, so do lose energy, but the energy is conserved. Is it... Wait, do you lose energy in shaking it? I don't know. Okay. Well, now with this, let's try populating some more. Let's try 20 H and transmit. Hide this list. Those guys are just straight lines. No, they have some curve to them. But none of it is being sent to the... Okay, you sent some sideways, you sent some sideways. But there's... But there should be more. I guess maybe that's because of the wave, but I don't think it is. Well, in terms of luminosity, sure. Okay, let's try setting this back to... How did you end up... Why are you going that way? Is that angle wrong? 90. If we transmit 90... I don't think so, because some is going out there from, like, edge pieces, you know what I mean? So... But if we say emit 90, go to emit... You point in direction angle, so it's straight up. I should be able to do that. Also, what the heck? Why are these not... Is it because... But energy... Okay, let me see energy. It's only supposed to transmit if energy is greater than 0. These guys' energy is... Okay, I'm going to... Let's do... round... Multiply, divide. That divided by that. We'll do 1000. So 3 decimals. This is going to... Yeah. There you go. This is going to get the 3 decimal places. I think those were still working because they have, like, tiny, mincy bits of energy. So now if I send this out... There you go. Then... Does it make through? Okay, we sent 1 through. Not all of them are sending through, though. I don't know why it's doing that. But I mean, kinda works. I'm gonna try spacing some of these out. If we space these out, then that might give us what we're looking for. Here we go. Yes. Boom. You. And you. Nope, come here, come here. There you go. That there. This here. Okay. And this. So now, if we transmit, what do we get? The weird part about that is this thinking. No. Hey, 2 got through with presumably energy 3.15. 0.315. Doesn't make. Okay, hold on. Transmit. Any energy that reaches the edge should escape in some capacity. Like that? But. Okay, watch it, this edge layer here. You get some and then you throw one out, yes. You got it, but I guess no, maybe it lost too much energy. Let's try decreasing the amount of energy it loses again to be like that. Or actually, let's instead increase the amount of energy we start with to be 5. Transmit. There you go. Huh. What if we make it very low? Or I guess just lower. Huh. I don't think 3 decimal places is enough. Let's do 4. So now, transmit. Weird part about this is if I do transmit, right? These guys pile up here and then fly away. Maybe I should have an electron hide while it's emitting, so that it doesn't move into, yeah. Let me try that. If we have you hide, and then show after, or, I guess you do, we'll just have you hide and show, like that. So then, if we transmit, yeah, now they're all flying out. It's obviously a lot blinky, or very blinky is the word, but a little bit got through. Some went back, which I find interesting, because obviously it happens from, like, energy missing the electron. But, so, now this is, the weirdest part about this to me is that they don't all have the same energy. They don't all have the same frequency, despite the fact that they should have all the same frequency. Look, if I make them say their frequency again, if we have you say your frequency, and transmit, yeah, they don't all have the same energy. Yeah, that's weird. They don't all have the same energy. The ones that are moving in slow straight lines are, what's it called? Ones that are moving in slow straight lines are just, I don't know, hanging out, man. They have a 10th, they go 0.10 energy. The other guys, yeah, that's weird. But I mean, I guess it works, you know? Let's increase the range of this guy to be like 120. So we double it again, like that. And then get rid of all those, and right, we probably want more guys. Let's do 30. And if we transmit, now all of those guys have a lot of energy. Obviously, they lose a lot of energy upon being transmitted. I guess we can, instead of having them hide and show, we can have them, and then yes, the energy, the whole thing stops. So, if I have you move one step as soon as you start as a clone, then what? If we transmit, whoa. First of all, that's much faster. Do still get some lag, but okay, that's pretty cool. That works. The only thing is that obviously, well, no, it's fine. That's realistic in their shakeage. You know, I didn't consider it, but I was gonna do like an animation that they did when they is the guy, but I guess they just do that naturally because of how I set everything up. So that's cool. Okay. So then, I want to test something very quickly. What if we do a line? Just a line of electrons that would carry light away or something. I don't know. Have these guys also be kind of a grid, I guess? I don't know. Just multiple lines. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. And then, after this, I mean, I guess we did it, so we can play Minecraft. Got 30 minutes left. That's crazy. We did this. We did it. It worked. And transmit. This should be just like a tunnel. Like it goes straight through, you know? Oh yeah. Look at that. Just a beam of light. Oh, but it is interrupted. Look at that go. It loses energy quickly when you have a lot of electrons. Maybe it shouldn't. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try not having it lose energy based on the thing, and it'll just be... we'll just have it be that 10th, and then we'll see what happens then. If we transmit, then of course they send out their guys. Interesting that it kind of... Oh, hey, we gotta jump over here. This is so weird. Okay, and then we get some out. This is kind of cool. This is very cool. And then, of course, they do eventually disappear because they've got that minimum. But they reach it much less quickly because they're not... Dude. Okay. I think that's enough of that. I don't know how long it'll take for this to disappear. We could see this, I guess, get an idea of like how low it is, and with how low we set it to drop to, that's gonna take a while. Yeah, so that's cool. Get out of here, Stinko. I guess the next thing, the thing we do is I need to hold on. Okay, next thing we do, I guess we'll title this Photoelectric Transmission Simulation. Sure. Save. And then I guess we upload it. I don't know if I'm able to share things yet, but we will find out because it's opera time. We go scratch. Do 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 do. Okay. And we go to my projects. Now, can I upload? What do you confirm? Sure, I'll do that later. Okay, so I have to do that to share. If we new project, can we upload? Can we upload what we've made? I sure do hope so. Please. Yes, file. Load from my computer. Documents. Scratch. Photoelectric transmission simulator. Yes. Sick. And so now we can do H and I should make a button for transmission. Transmit will be T, because that makes sense. Duplicate. Nope. T? Yes. Okay, so that'll transmit. I am gonna add another thing here that is, I guess E. We're just having buttons all around. This will sensing ask. It will ask you to set starting frequency. Yeah, it'll set your starting frequency. And then it will set I guess we do, is energy personal? Yes, so we will set energy to the answer. Is it answer? Boom. And is there a way I can certify that this is a number? It'll be fine. Set, or no. Where's the transmit guy? You. Do that with energy. So now if I press E, I can set to like 10, which is a lot. Oh, no. Stop that. Want to do if your electron number is equal to 0. Like that. That way. So that's a 10. You can do M, nope, H, and then T. Oh, goodness gracious. Look at that go. That's insane. I literally don't even know what's happening. And there's the bit that gets through. Wow. I mean, okay. Yeah. So that works, and we can save it. I will share it afterwards because I have to confirm my email for that to work. But now it is Minecraft time. Press that button. It's Minecraft time. Yes. Okay. I am starting up Minecraft as we speak. And then after this, I'm going to make, I don't know, toaster strudel. Do. Yeah, that was sick. There's probably some improvements we could make, but man. I wonder if that actually. I mean, I guess what did we learn? I wonder if that actually. Well, I mean, I don't even know, frankly, because they're not as spaced out as they would be. So, like, I don't know. Can you sacrifice space for? I guess not, because we didn't. Their size. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, bro. It's perfectly fine, and there's absolutely no reason to believe otherwise. So now, we gave... a second. Game capture, you are trying to capture the blocks. I want you to capture the Minecraft. You do have to give it a second because Minecraft is still loading. Yes. I'm interested in what else we can code. Oh, I have... Okay. I have plans. I have plans. For lots of stuff. I'm gonna make a rating screen, make it using a cool thing that I coded. So, I guess a year ago. Would it be a year ago? No, it would have been... I think I coded it earlier this year. But, either way, I coded that, and that's cool, and I'm gonna use that to make a waiting screen. And you're gonna see that, and that's gonna be sick and awesome, and it's gonna... Yeah, bro, it's gonna be... I wanna see about, like, how to do redeem things, you know what I mean? Because if I could have a redeem related to that, right? Because I won't clarify for you, but I just had an idea for a thing I could do, and if I could do a redeem related to that, then that could be cool. But I don't know if I can. Like, I don't know how that works, so... Where are you? Where are you? Show me! Show your face! Do-do-do-do-do-do. Ah, la 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 la. So now, I guess I should change this stream info. Do. Do. Why are you not showing up, brother? We'll change this to be Minecraft. And I guess I should change the name? Nah, it's fine. Here we go. Brother, my homie and Slice. Shrimply, I can close this actually. Yes. Doo-doo. Come on. Give me Minecraft. Why is this not working? Oh, it is. No, it's not. Oh, that's why. Because it needs to be this one, because the other one doesn't work. You. Hey! Let's see. I will stretch you to match what I want to see. And then modify the thing itself. There we go. Okay, and stretch that. Boom. Transition. Yeah. Time for Minecraft. Minecraft. We are Oh, I do need to go shoot. Hold on. I need to change the version. I'm so sorry. Do 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 do. I will bombard you with facts while I do this, and for the sake of making it whoa. Okay, yeah, fine. Here we go. We will do. Hey, okay, I'm gonna tell you facts and stuff while Minecraft loads. Let's see. Dude, it's so hard to think of facts on the spot. Everything. Oh, okay. I didn't get into this. Yesterday, or not yesterday, Tuesday. I didn't get into this Tuesday. But Eugene brought it up, and it's like all of the energy, every potential energy does not exist. Okay, potential energy does not exist, and all forms of energy are kinetic energy, except for yes. Okay, look. Okay, so, dude, I'm gonna fight you if you don't stop it, Minecraft. So we'll start. First of all, okay, we'll first of all talk about how all of the things are kinetic energy. Okay, every form of energy is kinetic energy. Otherwise, it's not energy. Like gravity is an energy. It's not even a force. It's the warping of space-time, I guess. So, like, sure. What am I thinking? Bro, if you tell me that it's open already again, I'm gonna be angry. Okay. Yeah. All forms of energy are kinetic energy. Temperature is literally average kinetic energy of, like, molecules in an area. So, heat, literally just kinetic energy. What other forms of energy are there? Hold on, give me 1 second. If I look up, no, I'm gonna go off my domicile. Don't. No, don't press that again. How do I? Latest. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Stop. You suck. You suck, you suck, you suck. This is annoying. Dang it, I only have 3 minutes, so I guess actually no Minecraft, because it took longer to do that than I expected. Probably not even like a Minecraft thing. It would have just been... But either way, Yes, okay. You have temperature, you have... Actually, I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look up the forms of energy, and I'm gonna read them off to you and explain to you how they are kinetic energy. Forms of energy. Thermal energy is... Okay, thermal energy is just kinetic energy, average kinetic energy of molecules. Mechanical energy, literally just kinetic energy. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's turning things or pushing things, and that's kinetic energy. Chemical energy, I do remember... Well, hold on. Chemical energy is like the energy released in a chemical reaction. I don't remember how that works. so I can't actually say that one. Gravitational energy doesn't exist. It's just, if anything, kinetic energy of objects accelerated by gravity in space-time, I guess. Kinetic energy, sonic energy, kinetic energy of air. I feel like these are all different. Okay, there's thermal energy, which is, kinetic energy, radiant energy, and light energy. I don't understand how those are different. Like, radiant energy is like energy from the sun. Light energy, presumably the energy in light. And what do you think the energy from the sun is? So I don't know how those are different, but both of those are kinetic energy because photons carry kinetic energy. That's it. They carry kinetic energy from one thing to another, kind of. Like, because, so like, you know how, so when you when you hit an electron with a laser, the electron shakes, right? Because it's the energy, and that energy gets expressed as kinetic energy. So photons are kind of like carriers of kinetic energy. And that also explains why they heat you up, because they increase the kinetic energy of your molecules. The average kinetic energy of your molecules. So, like, I mean, okay, electrical energy, um, that's kinetic energy of electrons, I think. Right? Because that's what electricity is. Electricity is just movement of electrons. Movement and storing of electrons. Maybe. Maybe I might be wrong on that one. Let's see. What else? Nuclear energy? Nuclear... Nuclear energy is, as far as I'm aware, nuclear energy is like the energy released by stuff when they do nuclear decay. And that's them releasing an alpha particle, like shooting it out, and that's the kinetic... The energy in that is the kinetic energy of said alpha particle. And, like, it can cause the chain reaction. But, yes, okay. It is 6 o'clock, so I have to go. Have a good day. Bye-bye.